Senate will come out of recess, having recessed on March 5th, 2026. The Senate will come to order. I recognize Senator Birdsell for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. The Senate will be attentive to our chaplain, the Reverend Mark Warren. Good morning, Reverend.
Good morning, Madam President, and good morning, Senators. Let's pray. Lord, we're very mindful of the extensive work that this chamber does. And yet, in the buzz of this room this morning, I sense a spirit of friendship which allows there to be understanding. Differences of perspectives, but unity in purpose. And for that, I'm grateful. Lord, as our senators continue to work in their committees, I pray they don't listen to the most loudest and most powerful voice, but sometimes the quiet, unassuming voice becomes a solution to the challenges that this state faces. Lord, I pray a blessing over each senator. They are called, they are here by purpose, and for that we're grateful for their presence. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The Senate will please remain standing while Senator Altshuler leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Next, we're going to move on to the introduction of guests, and I recognize Senator Ward, if you'd like to come forward and bring your guests up. Please. Please.
Madam President and colleagues, I am grateful this morning to present to the Forest Society a Senate resolution celebrating the 125th anniversary. The New Hampshire Senate, the resolution, be it known that the New Hampshire Senate extends its congratulations to Society for the Protection of New Hampshire Forests in recognition of celebrating 125 years of championing the conservation of acreage surrounding the Granite State and most iconic lands and woods, promoting best practices and preserving the scenic beauty and wonder of forests for generations to come. And be it further known that the New Hampshire Senate extends the best wishes for continued success. Just a few more remarks. I've had the personal privilege as a land steward to volunteer with the incredible organization to protect and preserve our state's beautiful natural resources. To date, 1,128 properties equal to 215,595 acres of land are under the stewardship of the Forest Society. We all have busy lives, but if you ever have a chance to do some volunteer work for the Forest Society, I highly recommend it. And if you can't volunteer, consider visiting one of the properties. There are quite a few of them around here. Thank you very much, Madam President and colleagues.
If you'd like to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Senator Ward. Thank you, Senator Carson. I appreciate it very much. My name is Jack Savage. I'm the president of the Forest Society. We're very proud that we've been around for 125 years. That's half the history of the 250 years that the USA has been around. We've been here. We have every intention of being around for another 125 years, and we like to think that we have a little something to do for why New Hampshire is so special, and it is what it is today. Thank you for your support, and thank you for recognizing us today.
Next, I'm going to call on Senator Reardon to introduce her guests. Please, here.
It's my pleasure to introduce Madison Duffy, one of my constituents from here in Concord. She's a junior at Concord High School, and she is a recipient of a Gold Award from the Girl Scouts. If you know anything about the Girl Scouts, at each age level, there is the ultimate award, bronze, silver, and gold, and Madison, of course, has got all of those. I also want to say that you have to do a sustainable impact project in order to do this with a minimum of 80 hours. Madison did 111 hours so far and counting. And her project is about melanoma awareness for teens. She has a great Instagram site, which is showing off some of her graphic design skills also. But it has a lot of followers already. She's talked to over 80 students, and she's ensured that there is sunscreen at Concord High in all of the first aid bags for sports, too. Her Instagram site is great and informative. I encourage you to check it out. And I would like to she's a field hockey player too, my favorite at Concord High. I'd like to read a resolution. Be it known that the New Hampshire Senate extends its congratulations to Madison K. Duffy in recognition of earning a Gold Award with Girl Scout Troop 10162 of Concord, New Hampshire for championing melanoma awareness for teens. Congratulations.
Hello, thank you for having me. I would just like to say a few thank yous. Thank you to my parents and anyone in my troop who has allowed me to do this project. And thank you to Girl Scouts for allowing me to develop my leadership and develop on my future and hoping to be a nurse. Thank you.
And you have Madison to thank for the cookies that are on your table.
Thank you. Next, I recognize Senator Ricciardi.
Thank you, Madam President. So, last evening in the State House, I had the pleasure of meeting a young man named Travis Brown, and he is he was inspired to come and visit us today, and I said, you absolutely can, and I will introduce you. He's at the New Hampshire Institute of Technology and working 2 jobs. Welcome to the Senate chambers, Travis.
Next, I recognize Senator Prentice for an introduction of a page.
Good morning, Madam President and colleagues. It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you Marcus Hamilton. He is going to be paging for us today. Marcus is 17 years old, and I've actually known him since he was a baby. He is he was very young. Marcus is from Landaff, New Hampshire. He is one of Senator Rochford's constituents. He is a senior profile high school. He's in the Honor Society. He is already civically engaged as the student rep to his local school board. He is an Eagle Scout. He does cross country and track, tennis. He's on the trivia team. And as I said, he's a school board rep. I know his grandpa, who was the fire chief in Littleton for years, and both his dad and his grandfather on the other side of his family have both served the state of New Hampshire as state troopers. So we'd like to welcome Marcus here to our chamber, and if you need anything, He is at your service today. Thank you.
Thank you. Without objection, today's finance report is adopted. Next, we're going to move on to bills removed from the consent calendar. Senate Bill 574, the Committee on Education, by Senator Altschiller. House Bill 317, from the Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, removed by Senator Gray. Senate Bill 594, from the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, 595, from the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources by Senator Waters. Senate Bill 470 from the Committee on ED&A, removed by Senator Gray. House Bill 639 from the Committee on Finance, removed by Senator Rochford. Senate Bill 478, the Committee on Health and Human Services by Senator McHugh. Senate Bill 612 from the Committee on Health and Human Services, removed by Senator Avard. Senate Bill 665 from the Committee on Health and Human Services by Senator Ricciardi. Senate Bill 464 from the Committee on Judiciary by Senator Carson. Senate Bill 466 from the Committee on Judiciary, removed by Senator Gannon. Senate Bill 667 from the Committee on Judiciary by Senator McHugh. Okay, next, we're going to move on to the special orders. Without objection, the following bills are special ordered to Thursday, March 26, 2026. The Committee on Commerce, Senate Bill 482. From the Committee on Natural Resources, Senate Bill 595. On the Committee of Executive Departments and Administration, Senate Bill 470. From the Committee on Health and Human Services, Senate Bill 441. From the Committee on Health and Human Services, Senate Bill 476. From the Committee on Judiciary, Senate Bill 464. From the Committee on Judiciary, Senate Bill 512. And from the Committee on Judiciary, Senate Bill 657. We'll move on to the consent calendar. Senator Birdsall moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted, and that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered as follows. FN bills not waived under Senate Rule 4-5 to the Committee on Finance. Non-FN bills approved for re-referral to Finance by the day's FN report to the Committee on Finance. All other bills to third reading. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. Next, we are going to move on to the regular calendar, and the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 431, an act relative to violations of a prohibition on teaching discrimination. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Sullivan for the committee.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 431 ought to pass. SB 431 adds the mental states of intentionally or knowingly to the existing law prohibiting the teaching of discrimination. This bill responds to a federal court's request that the legislature clarify the statute by including a defined mental state, which helps ensure the law is enforceable and provides educators with a clear understanding of what conduct constitutes a violation. I want to be clear. This bill does not prohibit educators from teaching or discussing the historical existence of discriminatory ideas or subjects. The bill provides that teachers may not knowingly or intentionally promote that any person or group is superior to another on the basis of sex, race, religion, or creed. I respectfully ask that you support the Senate Education Committee's recommendation of ought to pass for Senate Bill 431. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. I rise in opposition to the committee's recommendation on Senate Bill 431. As we've heard, this bill attempts to clarify the statute by requiring that a person must intentionally and knowingly violate the law in order for enforcement to occur. The bill does not address the underlying concerns with the existing prohibition on teaching discrimination. Even with the added intent standard, the statute remains unclear and continues to create uncertainty for our educators. Teachers and school administrators already face significant pressure while navigating complex and sensitive topics such as discrimination, civil rights, and the historical realities that have shaped our nation. Laws that regulate how these topics may be discussed can have an impact in the classroom. Educators may avoid important subjects altogether out of a concern that a complaint could be filed or that an intent could be questioned. And I just want to go back a few years to my first term in the Senate when we were still over in the House and we were talking about really what's become the underlying law on this. And I brought in with me, and I know you're not supposed to have props, but I didn't know that then. I brought in with me a copy of my local newspaper, the Valley News, because that very day there was an article on the front page about how Dartmouth College had done an investigation into was there gender inequality in how they paid women versus men in their athletic department. And since a complaint had been brought forward, they investigated it and they said, there's an inequality here and we need to manage this. Could I, if I was a teacher, or could one of my local teachers in the Upper Valley or anywhere in the state bring that news of the day into the classroom and talk about it without the uncertainty that stands today, that is addressed, that has been brought up, and that I'm trying to push back on and say we should allow for we should not be putting our hands into the classroom, but allowing the professionals, the educators, to work with clarity in the job that they do every day. In addition, Senate Bill 431 continues to place the state legislature, as I've already pointed to, in a position of defining instructional boundaries that are typically determined by educators, school districts, and curriculum experts. Decisions on how to teach complex topics are best made by professionals trained in education, not through statutory restrictions that may be interpreted differently across communities. Important, interpreted differently across communities. This is where the uncertainty continues, and we're trying to legislate this uncertainty, and that is concerning to me. Finally, this legislation regulates classroom discussions of discrimination risks, creating an environment in which educators feel constrained from supporting inclusive and respectful learning for all students. For these reasons, I remain opposed to Senate Bill 431. I ask my colleagues to join me in my opposition. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of the minority position of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 431, not because we oppose protecting students from genuine discrimination, but because this bill doesn't do that. This is what Senate Bill 431 actually is about. It's a two-sentence bill and adds 4 words, intentionally or knowingly, to RSA 19340, the law that prohibits teaching discrimination in New Hampshire public schools. That is the entirety of the change, and the reason those 4 words are being added is not to protect children. It is because a federal court struck down the existing law. The court found 3 problems. 1, it implicated the First Amendment. 2, it would require arbitrary enforcement. And 3, it failed to account for the mental state of the educator. This bill addresses exactly 1 of those 3 problems and then asks you to send it back into the world as if the other 2 don't exist. But they do exist, and New Hampshire's teachers, students, and courts will bear the consequences. So here's what the law does to teachers. RSA 19340, as it's currently written, and as Senate Bill 431 would preserve it, prohibits teaching any concept that would be construed as suggesting that one group is treated differently than another, or that historical discrimination has lasting effects. The language is sweeping and vague, and what happens when a student raises their hand during a current events discussion and asks about immigration enforcement? What happens when a class reads primary sources about the civil rights movement and a student asks, why were those laws needed? What happens when a teacher assigns a court case to read about the gender pay gap? Under this law, every one of those moments becomes a potential disciplinary action. Every one of those moments requires the teacher to stop, issue disclaimers, redirect, and wonder whether today is the day that someone files a complaint. The court that struck this law down did not do so theoretically. It cited real, documented examples of self-censorship already happening in New Hampshire classrooms right now. Teachers like the one from Litchfield's Campbell High School. The federal judge referred to this in his ruling. Those teachers are already pulling materials. Teachers are already avoiding topics, and SB 431 does nothing to fix it. It simply adds the word knowingly so that the next lawsuit is a little harder to win. Supporters of this bill will have said that history will still be taught. The senator from District 8 said so in the committee hearing, but the intent is not the issue. Effect is. When the law is vague enough that any honest discussion of historical discrimination could be construed as a violation, it doesn't matter what the legislative intent was. What matters is what a frightened teacher facing the loss of their license, their livelihood, and their career decides to do at 7 o'clock in the morning when they're building their lesson plan. They will choose silence. They already are. And that silence has a cost. It has cost every student who grows up without the understanding of why the Civil Rights Act was necessary, or why the Voting Rights Act exists, or what redlining was, or why pay equity remains a live, legal, and economic debate today. You cannot teach students to reject discrimination if you cannot teach them what discrimination looks like, where it came from, and how it has operated throughout American history. As one witness before our committee put it plainly, this bill substitutes ignorance for education. RSA 19340 already contains a carve-out in Section 2, stating that discussing the historical existence of these ideas as part of academic instruction is permitted. But that carve-out does not protect a teacher who teaches the history accurately enough that a parent who finds it uncomfortable won't issue a violation. It does not protect a teacher whose student writes about systemic inequality and then receives a good grade on it. And it doesn't protect a teacher who facilitates a classroom debate where students on their own conclude that some groups have faced structural disadvantage. The law's vagueness consumes its own exceptions. 363 people signed in opposition to this bill prior to the hearing. 6 signed in support. 363 people, educators, parents, students, citizens, showed up or signed in to say, this bill will harm our schools. 6 people said otherwise. Less than half of the bill's own sponsors didn't even sign in to support it. This is not a close call. We used to pride ourselves here in New Hampshire on a fierce, independent commitment to individual liberty and honest self-governance. Live free or die is not just a slogan, it is a standard. And that standard demands that we not build a framework designed to make teachers afraid of the truth. It demands that we not hand political activists and parents a weapon to wield against educators whose only offense is teaching history as it happened. Senate Bill 431 does not make RSA 19340 constitutional. It does not make it clear, and it does not make it fair. It makes it slightly harder to challenge in court, and that's precisely why it should concern us. I ask the body to vote no on the ought to pass motion to protect New Hampshire's students' learning abilities, protect New Hampshire's teachers, and protect the honest, rigorous education that a free people require. Thank you, Madam President.
Laying for a question of?
Senator from District 18. Thank you for taking my question. So I'm a little confused by this conversation because as I understand this bill, what it says is no teacher shall teach that any sex, race, religion is better than any other. And it requires that they knowingly teach that one of those things were true, that one sex is better than another. This prohibits that. Am I correct in that understanding?
You are correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Abbas wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass, and just trying to reel this in to bring it home. The existing law, the only change we are doing is adding a mental state to the law, which is one of the issues raised by the court. I do agree with my colleague from District 24. Does it solve every issue raised by the court? It does not, but it does solve, I think, a relatively easy fix is to apply a mental state that is clearly defined under the law and has been cited numerous times in numerous RSAs. I understand that there's some issues that people raise with the existing law, and to my friend from District 5 and 24, all the examples you brought up today, my interpretation of the law would clearly be allowed to be taught in public schools. Inherently racist, if you were to say someone is inherently racist because of their race, you're saying that all people of that race are racist. And that's the type of discrimination because you're making a generalized comment about someone because of their race. And that is that is discrimination, that is textbook discrimination. Saying someone is inherently sexist because of their sex, or they're inherently superior because of their race, those things are the types that we are not prohibiting to be in school. That's what the law says. To me, it's very clear what can and can't be taught in public schools. And all of these topics, if you identify what they are highly offensive to be even discussed in the classroom. To suggest any single person is racist or prejudiced because of their religion, because of their race, that is discrimination. That is wrong and has no business in our classrooms and should not be taught by teachers anywhere in this state or anywhere in this country for that matter. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. I recognize Senator Prentice for a question of.
Thank you, Madam President. A question for my colleague from District 24.
Yes,
Thank you. Will you take my question?
I certainly will.
So based on the discussion that we've heard, knowingly, who makes the decision whether a teacher has knowingly taught in a way that is contrary to the law?
That will have to go all the way to a disciplinary action and court case. So at this point, a teacher's credentials, livelihood are now in jeopardy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Reading, is there any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, the question. Okay, a roll call has been requested by Senator Altshuler, seconded by Senator Innes. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 431. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon. No. Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted by a vote of 16 to 8, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 658 FN, an act authorizing the Department of Education to establish a state resilient school advisory council. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill referred to interim study by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 658 FN be referred to interim study. This bill would authorize the Department of Education to establish a Safe and Resilient Schools Advisory Council to review existing resources and data and develop a safe and resilient schools framework. However, given the limited availability of stakeholders and the significant time commitments already required for the many study committees, commissions, and councils currently in place, there were concerns that participation and effectiveness would be limited. Additionally, the Senate Education Committee felt that the scope of the advisory council proposed in this bill was far too broad to be effectively carried out. In addition, there was no fiscal note, and in this present state of fiscal prudence, the majority of the committee felt this did not rise to a high priority level. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the Senate to support the Senate Education Committee's recommendation to refer SB 658 FN to interim study. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is re-refer to interim study. Is there any question? Senator Waters is recognized to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam President and colleagues. This Advisory Council to create a safe and resilient schools program is something that will harness ideas and activities that we know work. We know that school safety and resilience for New Hampshire schools enables schools and students to prevent and respond to crises and disruptive behaviors and to avoid escalation. That's a good thing. We also particularly know and hear from the parents and educators for neurodivergent schools that increasing awareness and training related to neurodivergent students can also replace or supplement punitive or exclusionary discipline. And the schools that do have some safety and resilience programs have recorded increased instructional time and improved behavioral health outcomes. And so this bill is brought forward because we can build on that success. We had some grant funding that got programs going in a few schools, but all the people involved in this effort and a lot of new folks said, let's get together and we can find really no cost or very low cost ways if we get some more grants or otherwise just to have this team be able to extend the programs that works. So it was going to set up an advisory council to develop guidelines for best practice for safe and resilient schools. Is going to include education and training for identification, prevention, and early intervention for students in mental health crisis and other behavioral issues, and particularly best practices for early identification and early intervention for students who may be neurodivergent. And that these guidelines and models would be sure to include models of parental or guardian involvement and collaboration with partners. And in particular, I worked a lot with law enforcement on this because, there's kind of two issues. If there is a crisis that involves law enforcement needing to come to the school, what's the handoff? How are they going to know who to work with there on the staff, what the student situation is, and they want that. I talked to the chiefs of police, and particularly a chief of police who's implemented some of these programs, says, yeah, this really is important for us, and we've got to make sure that other departments and training know about that. And also I talked with the police academy, and they said, we could probably develop a unit of instruction on how police can best respond and what kind of coordination that they might have. And I will say that all the folks who are on this list here want to do this. We've got the education department. HHS would help with some data management to see how students are doing. We'd have a superintendent. We have a school resource officer. Some schools do have those, and they're important. A representative of the Associated Chiefs of Police, the Police Academy would be involved. NAMI wanted to be involved. Disability Rights Center wanted to be involved. Homeland Security wanted to be involved. They did very good work and a report a few years ago on school safety. And, you know, there are a lot of grants that were spent, and there's still more grant funding for the physical hardening of schools and that safety. But they also wanted to be involved in this other aspect of safety, is that how do we have better coordination with threat identification and making sure that people can come in appropriately. And also some parents ought to be involved with this too, and the director of an organization that educates neurodivergent students. So, you know, yeah, it's a bunch of people. I hear what the chair is saying about that. It's a group of people, but these are the folks who want to do this work and find ways that we can extend through pilot programs or through model programs so that law enforcement and schools and neurodivergent organizations and parents can do things. And there is some good work that's been done. You'll see what's listed here that they can go to. So this is not a lot of wheel reinventing, but there are some very practical things. What kind of staff training? Particularly, we heard from teachers that they really want some help with training on how to handle neurodivergent students in their classroom and best practices management. And there would be ways for the Department of Education to make that training available. Now, you know, I'll talk about that good work, but why do we need an advisory council? Well, particularly because there was some grant funding. It's pretty much gone now. It's possible there'll be some in the future, but they don't want this all to stall out. That there will be ways that this council gets together to work on recommendations and reports that they can send to us that might be, you know, part of you know, something the police academy does, or it might be that there are some pilot programs to get some grant funding. The bill also sets up a little account, so if they get some grant funding, it might help with some of this training, they could do that. So you know, maybe it's not the most wonderful thing in the world to do, but we often do this, right? People want to get together, they need some legislation so they can authorize an advisory council. It's not a commission, right? It's an advisory council. So I did not think it would be too heavy a lift for the folks who want to be involved in it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is to re-refer to interim study. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of re-refer to interim study on Senate Bill 658. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. The motion of refer to interim study is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred Senate Bill 493, an act relative to cyanobacteria and other emerging environmental water quality issues. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 3-2. Senator McConkey for the committee. Senator McConkey.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 493 be referred to interim study. Senate Bill 493 would have allowed for the creation of village districts, which would be a new political subdivision to mitigate and treat cyanobacteria and emerging environmental quality issues. Our state, with the leadership of Department of Environmental Services, is working to prevent, manage, and treat the impacts of cyanobacteria, a naturally occurring algae bloom appearing more frequently in our waterways. This work is critically important for the state's public bodies of water, a great source of pride in the state, and an economic driver for tourism, recreation, and local property values. All stakeholders have an interest in protecting the state's waterways. The Senate has already unanimously passed Senate Bill 598, a bill that establishes a broad task force to determine long-term sustainable funding to mitigate the impacts of cyanobacteria. A statewide approach to this problem is better than a patchwork of regulations enacted by village districts. There was concern among various stakeholders at the hearing that the unintended consequences of Senate Bill 493, including creating a new level of local taxation and bureaucracy. We will certainly look for all opportunities for sustaining statewide funding for the prevention and treatment as part of the task force work. I ask the Senate support the motion of interim study so this issue can be addressed in another piece of legislation. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any further discussion? Senator Waters?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the current motion. I do want to commend the DES for the work that it did with the money that it had to do some treatment for cyanobacteria. That money's gone, and I really commend my colleague from District 3 for Senate Bill 598, which I think does a very good thing to get some a larger picture of this, because, cyanobacteria is just an extraordinary crisis, particularly as our lake waters warm, as they are doing, and even on coastal regions as well. We're seeing these blue-green algae blooms, and this is bad stuff. It can kill dogs, it can maybe kill children, it can make other people seriously ill. Maybe there's some association with ALS. I can tell you one thing it could do. If it soups up our legs, that the billions of dollars of property on the shorefront are suddenly going to be worth a whole lot less, as well as the businesses like marinas are going to be worth a whole lot less. If, come visit the lake, but don't go not only in the water, but don't go near the shore because of the cyanobacteria. We've got to do something about this. The bill actually was a very focused approach. It did not create any new village districts. It did not create any new village districts. It said that existing village districts could, under their purview, also work on cyanobacteria mitigation and to find funding for that from grants or from their own ability. The second thing, and particularly after the hearing, I came in with an amendment that said, let's just make sure it's just for treatment, not mitigation. Let's make sure that this would not restrict any access to the waterfront. And simply what it would do is say that these village districts could get together with one another. There might be, around a given body of water, there might be several different ones, and they also could work with towns and cities jointly, rather than each one of those entities having to apply separately for a grant, rather than be able to get together and put it in together. So I thought that, regardless of the work of 598, this would be a way to let people get together and start to address this problem. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on Senate Bill 493. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of refer to interim study is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred Senate Bill 597 FN, an act relative to utility rate increases to inflation-adjusted thresholds and performance incentive metrics for utilities. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 3-2. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 597 be referred to interim study. While the bill promises lower electricity costs, it does so by placing a rigid cap on rate increases tied to inflation. Energy markets do not operate that way. Electricity prices depend on fuel costs, infrastructure investments, storm recovery, and reliability requirements. A statutory cap may sound attractive, but it risks preventing necessary investments that keep the lights on and the grid reliable. This bill also limits the authority of the Public Utilities Commission, the expert body created to carefully review utility rates and protect consumers. Rate regulation requires detailed technical analysis and evidence, not a one-size-fits-all formula written into statute. By substituting legislative mandates for expert oversight, we risk unintended consequences for both utilities and the ratepayers. We all want to reduce energy costs for our constituents. But this bill does not actually lower the underlying cost of producing and delivering electricity. Instead, it creates new regulatory complexity and uncertainty while shifting decisions away from the professionals tasked with evaluating them. For those reasons, I respectfully urge the Senate to support the motion of interim study. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator Perkins Coker.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'll rise to say, just before I say my remarks, I think we want to make sure the committee reports also report on what the bill is, and then we all have the opportunity to speak to them afterwards, but I think it's important to have blurbs that reflect what the bill does first. In my remarks on the bill, I rise in opposition to the motion of interim study. I recognize the motion is somewhat an act of good faith. You know, this is a bill designed to help make sure we're making efficient capital improvements in our grid. So this is a complex area, but there are people who do understand it, and I think being able to provide the right incentives to our utilities to make sure they're investing in a grid that will be prepared for the future. We've had this analogy before. I know I've exchanged it with members of the Energy Committee, but you know, we wouldn't build a highway without a capital improvement plan for it. We shouldn't have a grid without a plan to make efficient, cost-conscious investments in our grid. And so making sure that we're setting the standards for how we improve that grid going forward will help our ratepayers the most. We know New Hampshire has one of the most expensive electricity rates in the country. It's about 39% higher than the average. Some recent armed conflicts we've entered into around the globe probably aren't going to help. And while I welcome the opportunity to work, with you all on this bill, I would have loved to have that input now because our ratepayers need that help now to lower their energy bills. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on Senate Bill 597. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of refer to interim study is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 404 FN, an act relative to economic revitalization zone tax credits. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 404 FN ought to pass. This bill makes various changes to the economic revitalization zone tax credit administered by the Department of Business and Economic Affairs. The Senate committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 404 FN and asks for your support. I also want to add to those remarks that various finance bills that we will be considering in the next few minutes may be tabled due to financial considerations. So just to inform the public that that's probably going to happen. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 404. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 446 FN, an act requiring animal care center operators to notify dog owners when a dog will be left unattended to report injuries to animals or people which occur on the premises of the animal care center. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-0. Senator Birdsall for the committee.
Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 446 FN ought to pass. This bill requires animal care centers to notify dog owners when dogs will be left unattended, report injuries to animals or people occurring on their premises, and make investigative reports available if enforcement action results. Senate Bill 446 FN requires annual unannounced inspections by local law enforcement or authorized inspectors and establishes a biennial certification requirement for animal care centers. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 446 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 446. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and I recognize Senator Birdsall.
Move to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, Senate Bill 517 FN, an act relative to the responsibility of local school districts to provide meals to students during school hours, reimbursing schools for meals provided to students at no cost and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 517 FN ought to pass. This bill authorizes school boards to vote to increase eligibility for free meals to 200% of the federal poverty level, and to provide general funds to the Department of Education for administrative costs and reimbursements to districts to purchase software related to the establishment of an online application for free or reduced school meals, and to reimburse at 50% rate pursuant to RSA 189:11-A. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 517 FN and asks for your support. Madam President, after we deal with the floor amendment, I would like to speak again.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Fenton.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise briefly just to speak on Senate Bill 517. First, I want to thank my colleague from District 2. We've been at this for a couple of years now, so I thank you for your help on that. And I want to thank this body for the thoughtful discussions we have around how we can support our students and our schools. At the heart of this bill is a very simple idea: no child should go hungry during the school day. 517 takes a moderate and fiscally responsible approach to that goal. And this year, we all know the reality that there is not a lot of money to be spent. At the same time, we continue to ask more and more from our schools while giving them fewer and fewer resources. Schools are being asked to educate, support, and feed students, and they're often left holding the bill when the debt goes unpaid. This bill tries to address that problem in a very balanced way. It allows districts, if they choose, to expand free meal eligibility up to 200% of the federal poverty level, helping working families who are struggling but currently fall just outside that federal cutoff. It also creates a cost-sharing model where the states cover half the additional costs and the district covers the other half. And more importantly, it requires reasonable policies to ensure those who can pay do pay so that districts are not carrying that meal debt. Most importantly, this bill is optional. Local school boards decide whether it works for their community or not. Colleagues, this bill reflects something important about this body, that we care about our children and we understand that our students cannot learn when they are hungry. This is a pragmatic step that helps more kids eat, supports our schools, and reduces uncollectible debt. I hope we can continue this conversation because making sure children have food during the school day should never be argued. Thank you, colleagues, for your support, and thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Fenton. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none? Okay. Oh, okay. Senator Lang is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I offer floor amendment 1158S. I'd like to speak to the floor amendment.
Yes, you may.
So this is just a technical correction, as the senator from District 10 said. We've been at this a couple times. When we refiled this bill, we left the date from last year still in this bill. So this bill, just the floor amendment, just corrects the date in the bill to make it current for this year. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Okay. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 1158. Is there any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Senator Lang.
Thank you, colleagues. So I'm going to ask you to support the passage of this bill, but understanding that this is an off-budget year appropriation, as we do with some of our others. I'm going to make a motion afterwards to table, but I want to add this to I want to pass this bill and add it to our Senate priority list, so at the end of the year, if we're looking at our budget and there is some room, we know that we have this on the list that we can add to a possible bill later. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. The bill, again, is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay, seeing none. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 517. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senator Gray? Oh, Senator Lang. Okay. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which is referred Senate Bill 566 FN, an act relative to recruiting incentive programs for the National Guard. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Madam President. We move Senate Bill 566 FN ought to pass. This bill expands eligibility for the recruiting incentive to include any current or former National Guard member and any currently serving service member, increases the reenlistment or reclassification incentive from $6,000 to $8,000, and adds a new reimbursement of up to $4,000 for credentialing or recertification expenses related to a member's military job specialty when federal reimbursement is not available. Although Senate Bill 566 does not provide funding, the Department of Military Affairs and Veterans Services anticipates needing an appropriation of $125,000 in fiscal year 27 and forward to accommodate the expansion of this program. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 566 and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Waters wishes to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this terrific bill, and I really hope that eventually we can find some funding for it. And I just want to say a couple words about why this incentive program is so important, and also why it's important for us to make a statement about it now. These incentives have become increasingly necessary so that we can have recruitment and retention into our Guard. As you may know, we already provide free tuition to Guards people at the University of New Hampshire, and that is huge. I've talked to service members, and they say, you know, that's an incredible benefit. It has a lot to do with my wanting to stay and to re-up so I can get that degree and not only get skills that might enhance their military career or after their military career. But it's getting harder and harder for our people in the Guards to stay in. Housing costs. There are examples of they tried to recruit people from other states and they want to come because, you know, this is one of the best places to be, but they can't afford to live here. When we did the flight this summer, I met a young woman from Somersworth, a single mom. All 7 of the daughters in that family went into military service. And this wanted to come back to New Hampshire, wanted to serve in New Hampshire, but she's living with her mom, you know, and then other service members are living up in, you know, an hour away, which affects readiness and their ability just to stay in New Hampshire. This incentive program really will work. It will help us make sure we have the best who want to come here are willing to serve. And I think also it's particularly timely. We know that the 157th Air Refueling Wing has been deployed. And, you know, I don't know if we all know the scale of this deployment. They have the first and only fleet of the KC-46A Pegasus tankers, which are just essential for the missions that are being flown by the United States military. There are 1,300 personnel associated with this. We've got 650 traditional Guards men, 450 full-time military, and a lot of civilian employees as well. And I think, you know, it's a particularly important time for us to let the Guard, you know, no matter what, you know, particular military call-up there is right now, but to let them know that we stand with them. And, you know, their public affairs director recently said there's no bigger morale boost for the 7th Refueling Wing members to know that our citizens back home have their backs. The biggest thing the public can do is to keep them in their thoughts and prayers. And he said that, you know, the men and women deploying, they know their neighbors and their communities and their towns are supporting them, and more importantly, knowing they are supporting their families. It helps them achieve their mission when they don't have to worry about what's going on back here. But you know, what's going on back here might include that we can do an incentive program. And so that, I think, is something we can do beyond our good wishes and our blessings, you know, for their safety. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Excuse me. Is there any further discussion? Okay, a roll call has been requested by Senator Perkins-Coca, seconded by Senator Bertzel. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senator Rochefort?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator McConkey?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
Yes.
Senator Prentice?
Yes.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Rishardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
Yes.
Senator McGue?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Reardon?
Yes.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Sullivan?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator Long?
Yes.
Senator Perkins-Coca?
Yes.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altshuler?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
24. There you go.
The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted by a vote of 24 to nothing. I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 583 FN, an act directing the Department of Education to create an education funding transparency data and reporting system. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 583 FN ought to pass. This bill creates an education funding data and transparency reporting system. It shall include a longitudinal data system incorporating at minimum data on basic education funding allocations, disbursements, and expenditures over the past 10 years, disaggregated at the intermediate unit, district, and school levels. The Department of Education shall create a data visualization dashboard to simulate changes to the education funding formula. The sum of $900,000 for the fiscal year ending in June 30th, 2027 is appropriated to DOE for the creation of the data and reporting system. An additional sum of $500,000 for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2027, and for every fiscal year thereafter is appropriated to DOE for the operating and maintaining of the reporting system. Madam President, the Finance Committee asks for your support in passage of Senate Bill 583 FN. And Madam President, again, knowing that if we should pass this bill, because it's an off-budget year appropriation, even though it's my bill, I'm going to be asking to table this bill.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The committee is Senator Prentice. The bill, there is no amendment on the bill. So, but if you want a floor amendment, now would be the time to stand. Okay. Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. I rise to introduce Floor Amendment 2026-1135S, and what this does is it adds additional language to Section 1 of this bill that would be specifically require that the Education Trust Fund is on this list for the data system for its allocations, disbursements, and expenditures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 1135. Are you ready for the question? Senator Lang is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to ask the members to vote down this committee amendment. It adds a language phrase in there, and other education funding allocations. Being a data guy, that's a nebulous phrase. It's going to be hard for the Department of Education to implement without concrete numbers and understanding what every piece of that is. We just leave it as a generic phrase. So I think that it'll actually result in a system that'll never get off the ground, trying to figure out what all those pieces that fall under other education funding allocations are. So I'd ask committee members to vote this down and then support the underlying bill originally.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 1135. Is there any further discussion? Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it, and the floor amendment has failed. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion or amendment. Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass on Senate Bill 583. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. I recognize Senator Lang. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 605 FN, an act relative to special assessment requests from pooled risk management programs. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 6-1. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 605 FN, inexpedient to legislate. This bill sought to provide political subdivisions with a payment period when the pooled risk management program issues an invoice for a special assessment rather than an immediate payment. The Senate Finance Committee has heard two separate bills on the risk pool management programs. This legislation, SB 605 FN and SB 661 FN. Extensive work has been done on the language for Senate Bill 661 FN, rendering SB 605 FN unnecessary, with the exception of being a vehicle for unanticipated future legislation. The committee recommends Senate Bill 605 FN be found inexpedient to legislate and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Perkins-Coker.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the pending motion on this bill. I'm aware that there is a bunch of work going on risk pools, but to me this seems like an isolated issue. There are a few that we do need to tackle, but this is a timely issue in my district. There's actually an invoice that has been sent halfway through the budget process that needs to be paid on a short timeline. And so I think that this piece of legislation is needed. I look forward to seeing what comes out of the work on Senate Bill 661. But at the end of the day, it's our property taxpayers that have to sort of make up the differences in these premium oversights. And so if we want our risk pools to function, they need to anticipate and maintain their reserves. They need to set their premiums correctly. They need to understand the budgeting cycle. They need to work within it. And so I had offered that we change the time period from 3 years to a different period if that would work better. But, I think this legislation remains very timely and very relevant to our property taxpayers to help keep their property tax burden low. Thank you. Thank
you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Gray has a question of...
I wanted to speak for a second time to answer some of the concerns of the senator. The risk pool right now, with the legislation as it is, can be very fragile if the risk pool finds itself spending more on medical treatments than than they had planned or the actuaries had planned. The immediate payment is to get us out of that situation. The alternative to those immediate payments may be the disillusionment of that plan, leaving the people that are covered by that plan without insurance at all. And from the NHIT disillusionment, we know that those bills that go unpaid will not be referred to the people who incurred them at the discounted rate that your insurance company gets. And to expand on that, you may go to the doctor and the doctor may say, okay, this is a $300 bill, but the insurance company has negotiated a discount and it may be $60, it may be whatever. But that $300 bill is what's going to go to your constituent if one of these fails. And allowing these payments not to be immediate would put that in jeopardy. 661 will address all those issues. It will create a fund of at least 4% for paying those things. And that is a number that the actuaries hired by the state of New Hampshire have determined would provide much better protection for the individuals, for the risk pool, and all those that are covered by it. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Perkins Coker to speak for the second time.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise only briefly. My colleague from District 6 and I have had so many of these debates on the floor. I would just offer in response that on a go-forward basis, a policy like this would demand that our risk pools obey that good behavior. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. The motion again is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you very much, Madam President. It was my impression from discussions we had in the Finance Committee this week that Senate Bill 661 probably was not going to move forward. So while I'm a little surprised we've been talking about a bill that's not before us, I wonder if my impression was wrong and that bill is going to move forward later this month. Thank you.
Senator, before you sit down, would you like to request to ask a question of a member who's already spoken?
Sure. Of the member from District 6.
I can't say you, I want you to ask a question.
The member from District 6.
Senator Gray?
The member from District 6 would be glad. The question as to whether it should move forward or not was only whether it should move forward on our last meeting. Certainly we wanted time. We had just gotten a response from Health Trust on whether they supported the bill. They did not. They want the insurance model, which would be put under Section 420 of the RSA. That would be non-germane to this bill because we are not dealing with an insurance model. We're only dealing with the 5B model. There is a House bill which passed on the consent calendar yesterday, which does work with the insurance model, and I have been working with the Secretary of State's office to make an amendment to that bill from the House that would allow both plans to coexist at the same time. That, again, is as best I can do. My intention was to try and see if there was any other accommodation that I could make to Health Trust, because I was playing mediator between the Secretary of State's office and the plans. Neither party right now wants to move, okay? And so my intention in our next finance meeting is to move forward with 661, then move forward with an amendment to the bill that comes from the House establishing a 420 risk arrangement for non-assessable plans. I think that the House bill actually calls it advanced payment risk pools. So it's all in the works, and we're going to do the best we can to get both of them across the finish line.
Thank you for correcting my misunderstanding.
Thank you, Senators. Thank you. The motion is inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 605. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 605. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 616 FN, an act relative to reporting requirements under the Right to Try Act. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Birdsall for the committee.
Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 616 FN ought to pass. This bill establishes a reporting requirement for providers and facilities providing services under RSA 126Z, the Right to Try Act. Senate Bill 616 FN also directs the Department of Health and Human Services to provide a report to the General Court and to adopt rules regarding the collection and reporting of such information. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 616 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator, the bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 616. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. I recognize Senator Birdsall.
Move to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 631 FN, an act authorizing the sale of toll credits to fund a newly established noise barrier construction fund for the design and construction of noise barrier projects. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 631 FN ought to pass. This bill, as its title says, authorizes the sale of toll credits to fund a newly established noise barrier construction fund for the design and construction of noise barrier projects, provided there are sufficient turnpike toll credits for the state match for certain federal apportionment totals. Senate Finance recommends passage of Senate Bill 631 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 631. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 246 FNA, an act directing the State Conservation Committee to implement in Conservation District Climate Resilience Grant Program, making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 246 FNA ought to pass. This bill directs the State Conservation Committee to implement the Conservation District Climate Resilience Grant Program. It makes a $100,000 general fund appropriation for the biennium ending June 30th of 2027 to the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food to be distributed by the State Conservation Committee to the 10 county conservation districts to implement the grant program. Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of HB 246 FNA and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President. If I may continue.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. You are recognized to speak.
Thank you. Colleagues, I just want to ask you to support this bill. It's important to our agricultural community that we see some investment from the state into the difficult times that many of our farmers have during the year in raising these crops. We're seeing a changing climate that is causing some challenges to our farmers, and this would be a great program to help show that the state is certainly supportive of our agriculture around the state. I recognize we're going to put this bill on the table, but I think it's a good message to send to our agricultural community, and hopefully we'll be able to find a little money at the end of the year if things do well, and we can help support all the farmers that are in your local communities. Thank you, Madam President.
Reading. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of what to pass on House Bill 246. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of what to pass is adopted. I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 704 FNA, an act making an appropriation to the Retired Senior Volunteer Program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Birdsall for the committee.
Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 704 FNA ought to pass. This bill makes a contingent appropriation of $180,000 to the Department of Health and Human Services for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2027, for the purpose of funding the Retired Senior Volunteer Program. HB 704 FNA is contingent upon certification by the State Comptroller to the Director of the Office of Legislative Services and the Secretary of State that both unrestricted general fund revenues and the ending general fund balance for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2026 were greater than budget forecasts. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of HB 704 FNA and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 704. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. At this point, I'm going to stop, and everyone go to lunch and be back at 12:45. Yeah. Wait, before we're gone, you can't go yet. We're going to pick up with Health and Human Services with Senate Bill 549. And I just want everyone to know there is a complimentary lunch being hosted by the New Hampshire Food Bank in the cafeteria. So if you would like to get something, that is available. The Senate will be in recess until 12:45. The Senate will come out of recess. The Senate will go into recess for 3 minutes. The Senate will come out of recess. Without objection, Senate Bill 665 is special ordered to March 26, 2026.
And give me that script, I'll put it in this.
Okay. No, I need that. Be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 549 FN, an act prohibiting the state or local government from disputing or funding organizations that distribute drug paraphernalia. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Long for the committee.
Senator Long.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 549 FN ought to pass with amendment. As amended, this bill requires certain syringe service program entities to provide options for disposal of used syringes and needles and establishing reporting requirements. The bill further prohibits local ordinances or rules prohibiting any conduct authorized. This is intended to address the issue of used syringe litter being left in public spaces while also recognizing the public health benefits of offering syringe service programs. And if I could briefly expand on this.
Okay, just let me say something first. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Long.
Thank you, Madam President. Municipalities have initiated under due diligence ordinances which aid in addressing needle exchange, specifically to disposal of used syringes. My understanding is that any issue due to harm reduction needs consultation with municipal police chiefs. And I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to introduce Floor Amendment 1162S and ask to speak to that amendment.
Yes, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the issue that this bill attempts to address is the critical issue of needles on our streets, especially facing the people of Manchester. One organization alone hands out 2,700 needles a day, 986,000 a year, one organization, with tax dollars. They collect less than half. Where do the other 500,000 go? And the answer is streets, sidewalks, curbs, parks. And I would invite any of you to walk into my community, walk through our streets, and I will point them out to you. So the bill was initially drafted. The goal was to basically stop the needles from being handed out, stop empowering those nearly 1 million needles a year. But as the good senator from District 20, my fellow senator from Manchester, pointed out, there are perhaps some health benefits to those programs. So the amendment we just adopted essentially created a report to encourage those organizations to collect the needles they hand out. The amendment that I'm introducing just adds a reporting requirement specifying that they need to report how many needles they get back. The goal is to get back what they give out. So it's just the same amendment, but a bit beefier on the reporting requirement. I hope that the body will support it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 1162. Is there any further discussion? Senator Rochford.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I rise today to support the floor amendment. I want to thank the senator from District 16 for bringing this forward. He highlighted a lot of issues that are going on in his locality, and I think, quite frankly, they were shocking. And what the senator has done is he's brought forward a mechanism that is sympathetic and empathetic to harm reduction to ensure that things that are happening that are pro-public health are not out of balance with some of the issues that he's done or that he's seeing and reporting. I think it's a balanced amendment. I think it does a good job, and ultimately it will provide us with information going forward in the years that may be valuable to the legislature. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 1162. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Senator Waters.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam President. And I just want to rise for a moment to say I appreciate the good work that's been done on this bill and the recognition of the extreme importance of harm reduction programs. And, you know, for those who have been around for a while, I just want to once again commend the senator from District 6 who, after several years of work, was able to produce the legislation that got us to approve harm reduction programs and needle exchanges. And as was mentioned from the senator from whatever, that district over there is gone, that, you know, HIV prevention, Hep C, heart that can cost, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars per case to treat. And this harm reduction effort really has saved lives. And we are getting some good news about overdoses as well. Narcan has a lot to do with that, but also the other health benefits and the opportunities through these exchange programs that, you know, you go visit one, you see they're asking anybody that comes by, they establish a relationship, say, you know, can we talk to you about other health needs or potentially about treatment and so on. So it's just on the streets, and I agree that there needs to be more work on coordination here and on collection. I will note that last year when we passed some of the revisions to the governor's commission, that we included there an addition of the chiefs of police to the commission, and also a requirement that programs that are offering needle exchanges must consult with the local law enforcement. So I'm glad this bill can help move things along, but also just want to reiterate how essential these programs are and how successful they've been. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gray wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I wasn't going to speak, but since I was invoked by one of the prior speakers, yes, I did support and sponsor the needle exchange bill when it finally passed. Another representative who did not get elected at that time, I took the bill over. But there was provisions in that bill and promises made that have and have not been met, okay? That each time they give out needles, they were supposed to do counseling of those individuals to try to get them to stop, to try to get them on other programs other than. There was a very big outbreak of hepatitis C at the time, and we had the number of, amount of dollars it would take to treat a hepatitis C outbreak. Right now in Rochester, with the SOS community trying to move from one part of the city to another, there's a big discussion about the needles, about those things. And right now in SOSs, if you come in with one needle, you can go out with 11. If you come in with 100 needles, you can go out with 110, okay? So there are things that we can do. We certainly need to encourage those people to get off of drugs, to get onto another program so they can have a sober life. And so there's mixed bags. And I guess also I did not mention that the communities at the time we passed the original bill were going to do the policing and making sure that there was good conduct of all these people. Well, I can tell you in Rochester, that didn't work, okay? And that's one of the reasons I think that getting it out of the center of the city and moving it down to somewhere on the bus route is what's being asked, but that's certainly just my opinion. So support the bill, don't support the bill, but I wanted to give you a little history. Thank you much.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion or amendment. Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 549. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 664, FN, an act limiting hospital executive compensation in communities designated distressed place-based economies under certain circumstances. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-1. Senator Rochefort.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 664 FN ought to pass. This bill provides that any hospital located in an economically distressed community that conducts a workforce reduction affecting more than 10 employees in a single department within a specific period shall be subject to a temporary freeze on certain executive compensation. This bill also provides for enforcement by the Charitable Trust Unit of the Department of Justice. This legislation inserts a degree of accountability for executives receiving public funds by establishing an 18-month freeze on executive salary increases and bonuses after such workforce reduction initiatives. This freeze does not include any clawbacks and is only temporary. Members of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee ask for your support on the motion of ought to pass for Senate Bill 664 FN. Thank you, Madam President, and may I speak to my motion?
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Rochefort.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief. This came about after a large-scale layoff was announced in a department that largely employs hourly employees in the North Country. At the same time that this was being announced, it came to the community's attention that the CEO and executive pay of that community's hospital was up to 3 times of the pay of comparable facilities in the state of New Hampshire. Now, really what's at stake here is public money. We as a body have the authority to take money from some people and give it to other people through taxation. And we all take it. I think every person here takes that, even though we don't always see eye to eye on where it should come, how much should come, where it goes. But I think everyone here takes that very, very seriously. I also think that those people that are paying those taxes want to make sure that that tax money is going to the purpose it's designed for. And in this case, it's providing care for the poorest, most vulnerable people of our communities. So this bill really came out of, if we're struggling for Medicaid dollars down here, and I know in my committee, in many other of your committees, we're talking about a shrinking pool of money, tax money, money that came from people working. Where is that money going and what is it doing? And one of the things I've heard a lot of criticism, I've been criticized a lot about this, is you're taking money, you're freezing pay. This isn't permanent, it's temporary. So if your facility is so bad off that you have to outsource or fire hourly employees to get by, I get that. Hey, as a business owner, I've had to make those difficult decisions. But that money you're saving from laying those people off shouldn't then immediately go back in to a bonus or an excessive salary, because at the end of the day, it's public money. It's taxpayer money. So it's a temporary pause. It gives the facility time to recalibrate their resources, and there's no clawbacks, as I mentioned. So I appreciate the time that this body has given me to discuss this situation, and I will also note that there is a current investigation going on by the Charitable Trust Unit in the Department of Justice, and this is one of the many things that they're looking at in these facilities. So I thank you for the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Prentice.
Motion to table.
The motion is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 519 FN, an act relative to the use of unmanned aerial systems. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Reardon.
Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 519 FN ought to pass. Senate Bill 519 FN establishes a civil cause of action for the use of unmanned aerial systems, drones, for certain purposes that violate a reasonable expectation of privacy. A secondary objective of the bill is to preserve the use of such technology for legitimate business and law enforcement purposes. In light of this, members of the committee requested additional time to review the forthcoming floor amendment to the bill and ensure that all relevant considerations were addressed with the stakeholders. I respectfully ask that you join the members of the Senate Judiciary Committee in voting Senate Bill 519 FN ought to pass. Thank you, Madam President, and when appropriate, I'll rise with the floor amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? I recognize Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to offer floor amendment 2026-1084S. 519, relative to the use of unmanned aerial systems, otherwise known as drones, had humble beginnings as a barely page-and-a-half bill, with a section of clarifying definitions, prohibition on the use to violate privacy, some exceptions, and remedies. The reasons for the bill is a technological gap in existing law. The proliferation of affordable drones creates new threats to privacy. Unlike physical trespass, drones can hover overhead, unseen, capturing imagery, audio, and data from private property. There is some talk about a conflict with federal law, federal preemption versus private authority of the state. While the FAA governs airspace safety and navigation, it does not regulate privacy concerns. States are legally empowered and nationally expected to fill this gap with laws that protect individual privacy rights. Public concerns of residents living near drone users, whether hobbyists or paparazzi-style operators, do not currently have clear statutory limits, risking intrusive surveillance and sometimes emotional distress. And this process requires written consent to fly a drone over your property. Other states have statutes similar to this proposal, including Florida, California, Michigan, North Carolina, Ohio, and Indiana. The intent has always been about individual privacy, but once we had a public hearing, we began to understand the prolific use of drones by business and industry. And we wanted to solve those while addressing the individual privacy concerns, and that's the amendment before you here. The exceptions, as you would expect, include law enforcement and fire departments who rely on drones for many purposes, utilities like Eversource, broadband carriers, dams, and railroads who survey critical infrastructure, appraisals for property tax assessment, environmental emergency assessments, and insurance companies surveying a property. I spoke with MUR, and they're satisfied that the existing language in law at RSA 644-23 still works for them, and it remains unchanged. Any party that proposed a legitimate business use in response to the public hearing has been accommodated. I would ask my colleagues to vote favorably on Floor Amendment 2026-1084S. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1084. Is there any discussion? Senator Birdsall has a question of...
The good senator from District 15.
There you go.
Just, I don't see it here, but realtors that use drones to try and sell their home, are they included in this, or?
So anybody can use a drone with the written consent of the property owner, and that's how they're accommodated.
Okay, thank you.
The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1084. Is there any further discussion? Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 519. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 557 FN, an act prohibiting the sale of kratom products to anyone under 28 years of age and providing for regulation of sale of kratom products. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Altshuler.
Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 557 FN ought to pass with amendment. Senate Bill 557 FN prohibits the sale of kratom products to anyone under 21 years of age and provides the regulation of the sale of such products. The bill, as amended, adds the term semi-synthetic in each place where synthetic appears in the original text. This change was made after the committee heard testimony from a Dartmouth physician explaining that certain kratom products may not fall strictly within the definition of synthetic. The amendment also lowers the allowable limits for the 7-hydroxymetriguanine based on input from herbalists and kratom vendors who testified that naturally occurring kratom leaf contains significantly lower concentrations of this compound than those introduced in the original bill. The limits were therefore adjusted downward to better reflect naturally occurring levels in the plant, while restricting high-potency extracts or chemically altered products. With these changes, Senate Bill 557 FN ensures responsible regulation of kratom while allowing legitimate products to remain available. I respectfully ask that you support the members of the Senate Judiciary Committee in their unanimous support of Senate Bill 557 FM by voting ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Madam President, and may I speak to the motion?
Okay, thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of Senate Bill 557's committee amendment, the Kratom Consumer Protection Act, and I want to begin by thanking members of the Senate Judiciary Committee for their careful and thorough work on this legislation. The committee amendment we unanimously adopted makes this bill stronger, more precise, and more protective of the people of New Hampshire, and I urge my colleagues to support it. This is not a fringe concern. This is pharmacology, and it demands a policy response proportionate to the risk. Senate Bill 557, as amended, provides exactly that response, and I want to be clear about what it does and does not do because the precision the committee took matters here. This bill does not ban kratom. It does not criminalize possession. It does not target adults who choose to use kratom responsibly. And critically, it explicitly protects New Hampshire's herbalists, those who create teas and tinctures from the natural leaf using traditional preparation methods are not the problem that this bill addresses. They are part of a legitimate small-scale industry in the state, and this legislation preserves their ability to operate. What we are targeting is the other end of the market, the synthetic and semi-synthetic high-potency products that have flooded convenience stores and exploit the absence of any regulatory framework. The committee amendment sharpens that distinction significantly, and I want to highlight what the Judiciary Committee did. They tightened the 7-OH concentration limits considerably. Under the amended bill, the per gram limit for 7-OH drops from 0.5 milligrams to 0.05 milligrams is a tenfold reduction. The per serving limit drops from 1 milligram to 0.5 milligrams. The committee also added a standalone prohibition on any product containing 7-OH at levels above 0.05%, and they expanded the ban on synthetic alkaloids to include semi-synthetic compounds as well, which closes a loophole manufacturers could otherwise exploit by making modest chemical modifications to evade the original language. So these are not minor technical adjustments. They reflect a serious science-based effort to draw the line in the right place, protecting access to natural kratom products while cutting off the highly concentrated, chemically manipulated products that present the greatest danger. The rest of the bill establishes the basic consumer protections that any responsible market should have. Age 21 as the minimum purchase age, consistent with our tobacco and alcohol policies, products kept behind the counter, not on open shelves next to the energy drinks, child-resistant packaging, honest labeling that discloses alkaloid content, recommended dosing, and health warnings, licensing requirements for manufacturers, distributors, and retailers with enforcement authority for the Department of Health and Human Services. New Hampshire raised the tobacco purchase age to 21 in 2020 because we recognize that nicotine addiction starting in adolescence causes lifelong harm. We restrict alcohol to 21 for the same reason. Kratom acts on the same opioid receptors driving the worst addiction crisis in American history. The case for bringing it under the same framework is not complicated. It is consistent, it is science-based, and it's overdue. This bill, as strengthened by the committee amendment, is a measured, proportionate, evidence-based response, and it protects young people. It protects New Hampshire's herbalists. It establishes the oversight framework this market never had. And I urge my colleagues to support Senate Bill 557's amendment and the committee's unanimous work. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Reardon has a question of my colleague from District 4. Senator Reardon, Senator Altshuler. Senator Reardon has a question.
Yes, thank you.
Madam President, thank you for taking my question. So in committee, we learned a lot about kratom, semi-synthetic kratom, and synthetic kratom. Can you tell me what the impetus was for this bill, how this came to your attention?
Oh, yes. So actually, I was contacted by some constituents who actually were struggling with addiction issues related to kratom. And honestly, I knew very little about kratom, and this is back over the summer. So I started asking around, and I went shopping. So I went shopping back on the seacoast and here in Concord. And I purchased, actually I have my list of purchases, a K-Fuel kratom shot containing 75 milligrams of kratom for $9.99, a 2-pack of kratom gummies with 30 milligrams per gummy for $3.99, and a 5-pack of high-potency 7-OH tablets, 40 milligrams per tablet for $39.99. And so for less than $54, you know, I walked out of a convenience store loaded up with kratom that was completely unregulated, you know, just right off the shelf.
Follow up, Madam President? Yes. Follow up, thank you. Can you OD on kratom?
Can you
overdose on kratom?
Can you overdose on kratom? So natural kratom from leaf, natural leaf, very unlikely. Very unlikely. It would take a considerable amount of effort, and you would have to, you know, from testimony that we heard, it would be very difficult, and you would have to make it a goal to try to do that. Synthetic kratom, it is possible. The level of 7-OH in the synthetic is what will contribute to an overdose. In the natural leaves, which is what our New Hampshire herbalists who are making teas and tinctures with the actual natural leaves, it has a very minuscule amount of the higher concentrations. And a testimony was presented that poison control calls for the synthetics involving the synthetic alkaloids are rising, and emergency room visits are rising, and we had some addiction treatment providers actually come testify and tell us that they are taking in more and more kratom-dependent people as patients. So, this state, we've gone around the bend with synthetic cannabinoids and bath salts and, fentanyl analogs. And when we delay on taking some action, and we now know that synthetic kratom is problematic, that if we could take action now, we can probably save ourselves a lot of heartache in the future. Thanks.
Thank you.
Still on second reading, so first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the committee amendment. I would ask that we vote that amendment down so a floor amendment could be introduced. Let's understand what kratom is, especially in its synthetic form, or what's happening out there, what it causes: hallucinations, vomiting, delusions, nausea, also respiratory suppression. That's what an opioid does. So yes, you can die of an overdose from this. This could actually kill you. You can buy it, I think, $3.99 at a gas station, any convenience store. There's nothing right now, and it's perfectly legal. No age restriction, and that's what's happening out there. I will say the status quo right now in society, in this state, not good. The underlying bill was an improvement. However, I think even the committee amendment was an improvement from the original bill, but what is happening out there, there was no consensus on how much you have to consume that would lead to an overdose. There's nothing out there that was concrete that we could rely on. And the way this is being packaged right now, it's packaged being targeted towards children. It's filling up our medical facilities with people overdosing. It's taking up space in our rehabs. It's poisoning our state. So I don't think allowing this to remain a recreational product that you buy over the counter at any store is appropriate for this state. We've seen examples of this throughout history go bad and get worse, but we can stop it now. So if we please do not support the committee amendment, vote no, so a floor amendment can be adopted. And I'll speak further on that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion? Senator Abbas has requested that we vote down the committee amendment so that he may introduce a floor amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of adopting the committee amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The amendment fails. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to offer floor amendment 2026-1159S. Thank you, Madam President. What this does, it creates a complete ban on synthetic and semi-synthetic kratom, and it will schedule it. What it would do is schedule it as a Schedule II drug, which is similar to opioids and other pharmaceutical drugs that are already scheduled under our law. Again, right now, in its natural form, the leaf itself, it is no meaningful way to overdose on that. You would have to consume more that can fit inside your stomach. This does not impact kratom in its natural form. All right, it's similar to, not quite exactly the same, kind of like poppy seeds on a bagel. If you can eat as much as you want, it's unlikely you're going to have any impact of that or negative side effects of that. But right now, the way this is going now, it's being manufactured. It's not highly regulated where it's manufactured. It's manufactured in other countries right now and being shipped into our state. We don't know the amount of doses that would be even appropriate if you wanted it for recreational use. And if you notice, I don't put a gram or a milligram amount on it because we didn't even have that information. There was no consensus on that. This does need more work in the future, the issue of kratom, but for the time being, any synthetic or semi-synthetic form should not be welcomed in the state because it's poisoning people in the state, it's killing people in the state, and it's, again, it's burdening our society with people getting addicted to drugs that are causing hallucinations and other health problems. So please support the floor amendment. Let's adopt it, then support the motion about to pass as amended. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of amendment number 1159. Senator Birdsall has a question of?
The good senator from District 22. Thank you for taking my question. Do we have any idea, you kind of referenced it a little bit in your remarks, but do we have any idea who's manufacturing the synthetic kratom and where?
Well, it is manufactured, it can be manufactured anywhere. A lot of it's being done in Asia. I know particularly in China.
Surprise. Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1159. Is there any further discussion? Senator Rosenwald has a question of?
From District 24.
Senator Altshuler, will you take a question?
Sure, thank you. From what I've been hearing about how dangerous this product is, and also knowing that there is no approved human medical use for it, do you think it makes sense to schedule it as Schedule 2 instead of Schedule 1, where products like heroin are and LSD?
Thank you for the question. We actually heard testimony from advocates who actually did not want it scheduled, and specifically asked we don't do that, and provided amendments that we worked into the committee amendment that just failed, but there's been some hyperbolic statements on the floor. There have been no documented overdoses in New Hampshire. We're trying to get in front of this, and we're trying to create a regulatory structure so that I would like to speak. I'll speak again and hopefully answer some of that question.
Thank you.
Okay, we still have 3 speakers, and I will recognize Senator Altshuler to speak.
Madam President, I rise in strong opposition to the proposed floor amendment, and I want to be very direct with my colleagues about what a yes vote on this amendment actually means. This floor amendment sounds tough. It bans synthetic and semi-synthetic kratom. It imposes a Schedule 2 controlled substance classification. And on the surface, that looks like decisive action. But I want to walk you through what that actually does, and more importantly, what it leaves completely untouched. This amendment strips out everything. The age restrictions, gone. The licensing requirements, gone. The labeling mandates, gone. The potency limits, gone. The product standards, also gone. The enforcement fund, gone. The entire consumer protection framework that this committee spent months carefully constructing, gone. Replaced by 2 sentences. And here is the critical point. The one thing the floor amendment gets right, banning synthetic and semi-synthetic kratom. That was already in the bill. That is addressed. The Judiciary Committee already closed that door, and we did it unanimously after months of work. So the floor amendment offers us nothing that we don't already have while taking away everything else. The most dangerous products currently flooding New Hampshire's convenience stores are not synthetic. They are natural kratom extracts. I brought them to committee. Highly concentrated, commercially processed products derived directly from the kratom leaf. We had examples that you could touch and look at the back of. The 7-OH liquid shot, the 5-pack of 40 milligram concentrated extract tablets. These products that we had in committee, they weren't synthetic. They're not synthetic, and they're not semi-synthetic as defined in the floor amendment. They fall completely outside the reach of this floor amendment. And under this floor amendment, they remain completely unregulated. No age restrictions, no potency limits, no labeling requirement, no licensing, no enforcement mechanism of any kind. So I want to be clear that I respect the intent of the floor amendment. Stopping synthetic kratom is a legitimate goal. We talked about it in committee, and I share that goal with my fellow committee members. But good intentions and good outcomes are not the same thing, and when the most dangerous products on our shelves fall outside of this amendment's definition entirely, we must take note. The Judiciary Committee did serious, unanimous, evidence-based work. We built something comprehensive, carefully calibrated, and protective of both public health and New Hampshire's small producers. And I ask my colleagues to honor that work and to vote no on this floor amendment and support Senate Bill 557. Thank you, Madam President.
The question has been called. Currently, we have 3 speakers that are scheduled, Senator Perkins-Coca, Senator Sullivan, and Senator Abbas. So without objection, okay. Recess for 3 minutes. The Senate will come out of recess. The Senate is still on the discussion of the question on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1159. We did have a motion from Senator Avard to call the question. In consultation with the 3 senators that had wanted to speak, they've decided to pull that, and so we're going to move on to the voting. So the question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1159. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 557. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 626FN, an act restricting right-to-know requests to persons domiciled or maintaining a permanent residence in New Hampshire, requiring a proof of domicile or residency to file right-to-know requests. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Madam President. Motion to table.
The motion to table is, to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 668FN, an act authorizing a historic marker on highway for the purpose of acknowledging the abuse of former residents of the Youth Development Center. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Ricciardi for the committee.
Senator Ricciardi.
Thank you, Madam President. The Senate Transportation Committee has voted that Senate Bill 668FN is inexpedient to legislate. Senate Bill 668 would authorize the placement of a historic
Senator Ricciardi, could you hold off? We seem to have.
Oh.
It's mine.
Let's shut it off.
Start over? Yes, please. Okay. Thank you, Madam President. The Senate Transportation Committee has voted that Senate Bill 668FN is inexpedient to legislate. Senate Bill 668 would authorize the placement of an historic marker at the site of the former Youth Development Center to acknowledge the horrible abuse suffered by past residents. The intent behind the bill is to preserve the site's significance and reflect the state's commitment to remembering what occurred there. However, while the proposed legislation is well intended, after speaking with the New Hampshire trial lawyers who represent the victims, it became clear that a historical marker at this location would do more harm than good. For many of the survivors, it would serve as a painful reminder of the trauma that they experienced. This also is active litigation going on this issue, as well as where would we place a marker, because it's likely that it will be demolished, those grounds, and something else will be put there. Again, the sponsor's intentions were well intended, but for these reasons, I respectfully ask the full Senate body to join Senate Transportation Committee in voting SB 668 as inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Waters.
Thank you, Madam President. And colleagues, I rise to oppose the current motion. I just want to say a few words about authorizing a historic marker for the purpose of acknowledging the abuse of former residents of the Youth Development center. And, I really feel that with my work on history and work on the Historical Resources Council that, really the character of our state and a people are determined by not just by what it remembers, but also by what it chooses to forget. And the bill comes forward because we do have a process to put state markers around, and either by petition to the Department of Transportation or through the Historical Resources Committee. But I thought with this one it would be important to have legislation that would provide some direction because of the circumstances and the pain related to it for some of the language and opportunities for comment by former residents of the New Hampshire Youth Development Center to determine the contents. And it would also direct the Historical Resources Council to look at reports and about what happened there, recognize the deep and lasting pain and trauma for them and their families, which has often been increased by silence, denials, and repugnance for such abuse and violation of human dignity and state laws. Now, the Youth Development Center itself does qualify for both the state and the National Historic Registers. It's a building that's over 50 years. It served a particular function, and there are certainly historic events connected with it. So it qualifies for that. And it is customary for the Historical Resources to consult with the local community on the appropriate location. It's done that across the state many, many times during my service on that, and before and after. But the question, of course, is, why do we need to do this? And I do acknowledge two things. First, I was quite careful in the wording here, and I'm sure that the Historical Resources Council will be, that this will have no effect on current or future litigation. This will have no effect on that. I am also aware that for many individuals who have been so traumatized that perhaps even if it is, removed and completely gone and something else is built there, still will, just passing by the site, feel that some trauma associated with it. There are others, however, who thinks that it's important that the state not forget when the building is gone, especially that it's important that there be some acknowledgement of what happened there. And that is a very personal thing for anybody of the perhaps 1,700 people who suffered sexual and physical abuse there. And I will just say for a moment that, for those of us in the legislature who have had personal experience here, with abuse, and then those of us here whose families might have been subject to it, it's very difficult. It's very complicated. It's very hard emotionally. And, the issues about silence and what that does are important as well. I mean, silencing, denial, erasure. And I will say that, we often have state markers, of course, that celebrate, but we also have a lot of state markers that recognize difficult things from our path and that make us stronger as a people to recognize them and our democracy stronger. I'll just mention briefly what we've done for the African-American enslaved population notice through the historical markers of, extraordinarily painful and unfortunate things, and burying grounds, and many other places associated. But it has been an enormous strength for the state to have those sites after 200 years recognized in a full history of what the fight for freedom and recognition meant. So I do think that New Hampshire can be a healthier and stronger place while even acknowledging difficult history. And I will say that, as the decades pass, of course, everyone who may have suffered abuse there will, with God's will and in God's time, pass on. And maybe the memory in their families will pass on as well. But the state's memory, this is what I'm talking about, is the state's memory. And I want to say a word, too, about just, kind of our role as senators. You know, I've been here now 14 years, and I do recognize that in my first term, there was an opportunity on eD&A when we had a bill and a retained bill, and it was a summer study of some issues at the Youth Development Center. And, you know, nobody took us aside and said, this is what's happening. And also, we didn't ask, are the kids okay? And, you know, times change. And I will say that I know everyone in the Senate here today stands so strongly protecting our children and preventing child sexual abuse. You know, I know that there's an absolute moral commitment here. And I would like to imagine that's been the case in that great chain of witnesses who have sat in each of our seats, right? That it's not just us as individuals, it's an institution and what it means to be a Senate and what our responsibility is as a Senate body. And, you know, it's not just in that committee, but consider every 2 years we were doing a budget, how much legislation we looked at and examined the Youth Development Center. And we didn't know. We didn't know. Should we have known? I don't know. You know, but we didn't know. And it suggests to me that there was a kind of an institutional issue there that we would not know, that we would not be told, and we would not be able to protect our children. And so I do think this is why a historical marker is important, not only for the public, but also for us as a legislative body, to remind us that we failed. You know, we failed. And that, you know, we're not the only institution in legislature, as we know, around the country that has also perhaps not done what it should. And as I conclude, Madam President, I just wanted to note something that, you know, has very much come to our attention too, that the victims have noted that no one has ever apologized for what happened. Nobody, public official ever apologized. And, you know, I just want to take a moment to say that I know as an individual, there were hundreds of surviving victims of sexual and physical abuse there. I know that their experiences caused deep pain and lasting trauma for them and their families, often increased by silence and denial. I know from my own experience that legislative supervision was insufficient, that we weren't able to learn about it and prevent it from happening. And so that I just want to take a moment to apologize here and now to the victims and to the people of the state of New Hampshire for sexual and physical abuse suffered by the youth at the Youth Development Center. We remember. Let's say never again. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Birdsell? Okay, Senator Ricciardi? Okay. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 668. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. We are now at the conclusion of the regular calendar, and we'll take up the bills that were removed from the consent calendar. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 574, an act establishing a commission to study the efficiency and structure of school administrative units. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-1. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Well, Madam President, I do not have any of my remarks, so if I could have a brief recess till I can find them.
Please continue.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. As amended, SB 574 as amended establishes a commission within the Department of Education to study the efficiency and structure of school administration units known as SAUs for the purpose of identifying opportunities for SAU consolidation, restructuring, and property tax relief. So please support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay, seeing none. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Altschiller?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to offer floor amendment number 2026-1093S. This amendment adds a line, adds on a line that was, in my opinion, inadvertently left out of the duties of the commission in Part 4, parenthesis B, on line 25 of the original bill, how the state, and that line would be, how the state can better meet its responsibility to provide the opportunity for an adequate education to help reduce local property taxes. It acknowledges that there is a shared cost responsibility in the structure of education funding in New Hampshire, and that in an earnest effort to spend responsibly and evaluate existing spending structures, the full picture of where the money comes from and how it is being spent is necessary. I ask the body to vote yes on adopting this minor language adjustment to Senate Bill 574. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 1093. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The noes have it, and the floor amendment fails. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass on Senate Bill 574. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. It will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred, House Bill 317, an act preventing supervisor or checklist from verifying a person's identity with the identification, even if personally known that person. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. House Bill 317 would prevent election officials from verifying a voter's identity without proper ID, even if they personally know the individual. The amendment aims to preserve the election official's ability to verify identity while enhancing the voter integrity by requiring a form in which the official must attest under penalty of perjury that they know that individual, and also that that attestment be witnessed by another election official to make sure. The genesis of this bill goes back to reports that some supervisors of the checklist or other officials are ignoring the requirement to have IDs presented. In a case, certainly that was reported to me in a case in a college town near my home. We provided that information to the Attorney General. The Attorney General, when he was doing the inspection at that polling location, did not find that there was any cases of that while they were there. There were also reports from others that other election officials are doing this. When this bill was first enacted many, many years ago, and I was the moderator in Rochester, one of the local dentists came in, and she, walking from her office to the polling place, I forgot to bring my purse, okay? Certainly at that time, there was a form to fill out where I forgot my ID, the moderator could vouch for the person, and that's what we're trying to get back to. Certainly when this was heard in front of the Senate committee, especially in the smaller towns where you have seen these people year after year after year after year and seen their IDs multiple times, there is an occasion where someone could innocently forget to bring it. But we also want to protect ourselves from the larger communities where someone just doesn't agree with what the law says about producing that ID and vouching for people they really don't know. So that's what the form does. The committee amendment is good. The floor amendment that you'll see afterward is even better. You can vote for it all. Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam
Senator.
President.
The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion or? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Amendment 2026-1083.
You may speak to your amendment.
Thank you. After we passed the bill out of the committee, the Secretary of State's office came down and said that there was another portion of the statute, 654-12, that also dealt with this issue. And to be consistent, that part of the statute deals with registering. The part of the statute that we amended in the committee amendment deals with the voting. And they said that a person, the way it would be passed that way, that they could register to vote, but they would not be able to vote. Okay? And certainly in the amendment that we've already passed, the person has to be on the checklist at the beginning, at the opening of the polls. It can't be a new voter. So what we did here is in the floor amendment is to take care of that conflict by taking away the ability for someone to be vouched for, because if they're registering before the election, they should have plenty of time to do it. If they're there on the election day and they're trying to register every one of those documents that they bring to prove citizenship, age, and domicile, they need some picture, some ID to make sure that those documents are valid. So we request that you all support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 1083. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Madam President? Yes.
I
Senator.
request a recess.
Sure. Yes.
Thank
We'll be
you.
in recess for 2 minutes. The Senate will come out of recess. Everyone, please take their seats. We have adopted floor amendment 1083, and the bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 317. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, House Bill 639 FN, an act relative to the use of disputes on blockchain and digital currencies. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 6-1. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 639 ought to pass. This bill creates an act to protect blockchain technology and its users by amending definitions related to decentralized autonomous organizations and establishes a blockchain dispute docket to oversee blockchain-related disputes. The Senate Finance Committee amended House Bill 629 by clarifying the definition of digital asset exchange and made clear certain actions shall not be deemed to be an offering or selling a security pursuant to RSA 621B. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator McHugh.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise with a technical correction floor amendment to offer floor amendment number 20261169, if I may.
You may speak.
Thank you. An earlier bill we had a similar problem with an effective date in the past. So specifically, this bill had an effective date of 1/1/26. So this amendment will correct that until such time that it is passed, and some point after that.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of the floor amendment 1169. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion or amendment. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 639. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading.
Madam President, we have a 3-minute recess.
3-minute recess. It will come out of recess. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred, Senate Bill 478 FN, an act relative to strengthening prescription drug affordability and pharmacy benefits manager accountability. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 4-1. Senator Prentice for the committee.
Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise on behalf of Senate Health and Human Services Committee to introduce Senate Bill 478 with the recommendation of interim study. This bill regulates prescription drug costs and increases transparency and accountability by banning spread pricing, adopting pass-through pricing, and ensuring all manufacturer rebates go towards lowering premiums or point-of-sale costs. Since this subject matter has been addressed in another bill, the committee recommends referring this bill to interim study. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The prevailing motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator Rochford.
Madam President, I move to table Senate Bill 478.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Well, we're already in the voting mode.
No, he's good.
You're good? Okay. So we've already voted those saying aye, all opposed no. Okay, the ayes have it, the motion has been adopted. Yeah, he was. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 612FN, an act relative to clinical eligibility criteria for nursing facility and home and community-based care. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is referred to interim study by a vote of 5-0. Senator Avard for the committee.
I move to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 466FN, an act relative to the possession of a firearm without a serial number. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-1. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Madam President. I motion to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 667FN, an act relative to assault of an emergency room personnel. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 4-1. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Madam President. We had a little wardrobe malfunction here, but we're okay. SB 667 creates a felony-level offense for the knowing assault of a medical personnel in the line of duty. The committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to interim study to resolve issues with the language of the bill and to allow for research into the security needs of medical facilities. But after careful re-examination of emergency room situations, we would ask for you to vote down the interim study motion so the good senator from District 11 may offer an alternative motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any further discussion? Remember, we've had a request to vote down the interim study so that a floor amendment may be offered. No, another motion. Oh, another motion could be offered. Is there any further discussion? So all in favor of the recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 6.
You got to do the interim.
Okay. I'm like, it's been a long day. Okay, the motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on Senate Bill 667. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The motion to refer to interim study fails. The floor is open for an alternative recommendation. I recognize Senator McHugh.
Thank you, Madam President. I move ought to pass on Senate Bill 667.
Okay, we have an ought to pass motion. Is there any discussion on the ought to pass motion? Senator McHugh, you wish to speak?
Thank you, Madam President. At the end of the day, this bill has a 28-year history since I first filed it in 1998. The same year we passed the felony level protections under another bill I was prime sponsor for police dogs and police horses. And also I'll wish you in advance happy Canine Veteran Day, which, believe it or not, is also in statute, and that's tomorrow. So it is a fitting day for us to extend the same respect and privileges that we did under Senate Bill 58 for our colleagues in the emergency room. 16,975 nurses are assaulted every year, 1 every 2 hours. 91% of ER docs report being assaulted. 72% of all ER personnel were assaulted in the last 6 months. So I thank you for supporting the ought to pass and supporting our emergency room workers who work tirelessly day and night protecting us in our hours of need. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 667. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. I recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to a third reading be, by this resolution, read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session. Are there any announcements to come before the Senate? Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Madam President. A couple of things I'd like to bring up. We're not going to meet next week, so I was going to do this announcement next week, but the 21st, 22nd of March is Maple Weekend. I want to encourage you all, you're all welcome, Heather and I would welcome you all to come by our farm, but I would encourage you to go out around the state and enjoy this rite of passage into spring and visit some of your local sugar houses and enjoy the wonderful opportunity to see their farms and to enjoy the products that they make. Secondly, if I may continue, tomorrow is my wife's birthday, and I just want to recognize her. She's been a real blessing to me, and the main reason that I can be here is the support that she gives me at home, so I want to give a shout out and recognize her on a day before her birthday, but since we're not here tomorrow, I'll do it today, so thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. Senator Gray? Oh, Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. It's a personal privilege.
Yes.
I would like to thank 2 people. Our Girl Scout who donated the cookies to us today. Remember that is a fundraiser. According to what I looked up on the internet, those boxes are usually given to you for $6. And I'd also like to thank the senator from District 15 who has agreed to extend our congratulations, our thanks, and if there is any other thing that you want to provide to her, such as maybe a monetary donation, she will convey that to the proper person. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent.
Yes.
Thank you. Today, as part of the acceptance of the consent calendar, we voted to make SB 615, also known as the SNAP bill, into a commission. The soda and candy industries spend millions of dollars to target our most vulnerable citizens each month at a time when they know they will receive these benefits. It's not just the poor, but it's those in active addiction who are also, and those who are also mentally disabled. They target them to subsidize their industries to the tune of over $20 billion per year collectively. These are taxpayer dollars that were intended to provide nutritional supplementation to help our most needy. Now it's a subsidy for industries that perpetuate poor health and to purchase products that deliver zero nutritional value. Many of the same folks who depend on SNAP also rely on Medicaid. People on SNAP have higher obesity and metabolic illness rates like diabetes than people in the same income bracket who do not use SNAP benefits. I've recently been inundated with requests for GLP-1 obesity medications to be included in Medicaid benefits. I'm sure my colleagues have received the same. The cycle of fueling illness with taxpayer dollars and then asking the taxpayers to fund the prescriptions to help fight those illnesses is a cycle that we must break. I do not support SB 615 to punish the poor. I grew up pretty poor. I think many people in this room likely did. I sponsored it to fight the industries that are preying on the poor and to help lift those people into a better life. I also wanted to ensure that our tax dollars are being spent properly. As we know, there is currently an error rate with this program that is going to cost our taxpayers millions of dollars. I also put it in to uncover any fraud that is actively taking place. Although I do not agree with the decision to turn the bill into a study commission. I am entrusting my colleagues to do what is right for those who depend on SNAP benefits and for the taxpayers who have money taken from their households and ultimately their families' tables to feed other families. I believe there's a path forward to do both. It's my hope that the Commission will be able to find that path. My disappointment lies in the fact that people will continue to be betrayed by these industries and taxpayers will have to continue to fund that betrayal until that path is found. It's my understanding that we have 2 additional bills coming to this body that may address these issues. It's my hope that my colleagues in these chambers will come together to protect both our most vulnerable who rely on this program and the taxpayers who make the sacrifices in their own household budgets to fund it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any further announcements to come before the Senate? I would just like to wish all of you a happy St. Patrick's Day, which is next Tuesday. I recently learned that the Irish do not really celebrate one day. They call March St. Patrick's Day month. And they begin starting the 1st of March and they finish at the end. So as you well know, we're not going to be in session next week. So I would just like to wish everybody a very happy St. Patrick's Day. I got to put a word in for Senator Murphy. He serves a mean corned beef dinner at his restaurant. So if you're looking for some corned beef, please head over to his place. But that's about it. Enjoy the wearing of the green as well. Is there any further business to come before the Senate? Seeing none, I recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion. I've got to say, without objection, all personal privileges or unanimous consent shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate. Is there any further business? I recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of introducing legislation, re-referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, processing enrolled bill reports and amendments, and forming committees of conference. And when we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.